Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the NDA Podcast. I am Rob D. The NDA Podcast is where I stream things that I did in the past while I work on things that I'm doing in the future, in the now, for the future, yeah, that I can't share. Because they're under NDA. So behind me, right over here, I'm going to play me drawing this big city background I did for Spawn Kills Every Spawn issue 3. In stores now, you can get it. And issue 4 is coming out in a couple weeks. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play here. Uncle Jerk may or may not appear. I invited him. He said he's willing to show up. But if he doesn't, it's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play here. And there we go. So I got comments on. And I'm going to get to work, folks. If you guys want to chat, feel free to type something in the stream. Let me know. Feel free to give me a tip if you really want to support me. You know what I mean? Always buy me a boba. And otherwise, I'm going to get to work, folks. And if Uncle Jerk shows up, we will be chatting. I'm under so much deadline. I'll probably be streaming a lot. I don't know how much I'll be. Like I said, if you guys want to chat, I will chat. But I have so much to do. I need to stay awake. Sleep is not my friend right now. So I'll probably be streaming a lot just to stay awake. If you can believe it. We're in the weeds now, as Gordon Ramsay would say. Even if I move a little slower, it's still better than sleeping. And I do advocate for sleep, but sometimes, folks, you just get into every project, you're going to eventually run into some crunch time. And I am currently in crunch time. It happens. It's not the norm. Crunch time isn't bad, I don't think. I really don't. It's hard to get things out the door. But what is bad is when crunch time becomes all of them. That is what you don't want. Typically, I work a 9-hour day. Right now, I'm on 15. If you really want to know the difference. Okay. And I have had every sort of weird Photoshop error I could have. Things I've never seen, and I've been using Photoshop. Things I've never seen before. That's what I was saying. My sentence. I've been using Photoshop since 1995. Just weird, random things. And that generally will happen. Like when you're on a project, you better believe it is going to. All sorts of random nonsense is going to occur. And, every now and then I throw a little tantrum, but that's rarer these days. When I was younger, all the time. Now you're just like, it's like the Millennium Falcon breaking down in the middle of, the Star Destroyer chase. So you're just like, really? Of course that would happen. Of course, that's what we would be doing. That makes total sense. Normally, I'm pretty good, though, these days about not getting too worked up about it. But, like I said, no one's perfect. And, the other day, I just had this weird thing where I'm using Photoshop, right? I'm drawing. All of a sudden, it just starts to zoom in. Endlessly, infinitely zoom. So a button must be pressing down here. But turned off the mouse, turned off the Cintiq, unplugged the keyboard. It still happened. And I'm like, that makes no sense. So I use an app that monitors my mouse functions, and it was showing a tilt wheel button was being pressed down, but I don't have a mouse with a tilt wheel. So I thought maybe it's my Cintiq, right? Like registering as a tilt wheels, because it's got some kind of it's got motion control on it. But nah, man, I unplugged that. It kept doing it. So I'm like, it's just fucking with me. Sorry, it's just messing with me, right? Like Photoshop's just messing with old rap. So I shut everything down, rebooted. Oh, before I did that, I reinstalled drivers. I did everything, right? Reboot. And then it didn't the first time, the second time it stopped. It hasn't happened since. So I disabled that tilt wheel button system-wide, and since I disabled it, it hasn't happened. It really isn't anything. It's just because I got stuff to do. That's really what it is, And even if you've seen everything, it will always show you something. It'll always come back with here's some nonsense you haven't seen before. Hey, what's up, Ashley? Hey, what's up, Rick? I'm just working on stuff. Streaming spawn kills every spawn behind me. Issue 3. Issue 3. I've been busy. I've been keeping busy. Just by this time next week, I'll be in the clear. But I'm right at the tail end. And as you get to the tail end, there's all sorts of things you got to do. Press checks, color checks, all sorts of stuff. But I got my content for issue 4 today, and it looks great. I think the best looking issue so far. I think so. It's get that phase in the comic where it's like people are like, well, I'll just wait for the trade. It's like, I hear you guys, I hear you. But if people don't buy the single issues, they don't do the trade. I'm just letting you know. Like, unless you're famous, I'm not famous, so there's no guarantee there will be a trade. It says, I went to one of your local comic shops and found all the variants for issue 1. I now have them all. So now I just need to send them to you. Yeah, just hit me up on the DM me privately and I'll send you an address if I haven't already. Or you can send it to rob@sketchcraft.com. That's my work email. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Issue 3 definitely shipped late around the country. I mean, because I just got my issue 3 last week from my store. So, I don't know. With all these weather events, everything's weird right now. It's getting out there. I'm getting some random slowdown while I work, so if that keeps up, I may not be able to stream. I told you, it's just random issues like I never have, and it's always going to happen right when stuff is due. Every time. I don't care if it's a Mac or PC. It's just, that's every project I've been on. Right at the end. Oh, look, random weird thing I've never seen before. Yeah. Every freaking time. Never fails. So let's see what you could do with Violet. Damn, the new Violet art was, well, I did put a regular Violator pose in issue 3. It wasn't in the script, but I felt it needed it. So there was a scene in issue 3 right before they go to this Violator town, and I was gonna do like stylized Violators in there. So right before the page, I drew like a regular Violator, and I just took up like half a page. And I was like, well, you'll have to work around that one. Okay. This is starting. I had no slowdown before the stream. Now getting. If this continues, I'm going to end the stream. I do want to stay awake, but I can't sit here waiting for Photoshop to catch up. I told you, it's just anytime there's a deadline, I just have to expect. I don't get normally. I have tons of RAM, 64 gigs, T80, Ti. It's not. It's just because things are due. You know, because things are due. Things are due, and Photoshop wants to go, oh, you know what? Now we're going to slow down. I'm not even streaming this. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even. It's so funny. It's like, I'm not even streaming my art. Let me see. So much to do. Get that closed. And then I added these. Well, I mean, you'll see. You know, there's violators. I was tasked with creating some new violators, and I just didn't want to do the typical hinged leg, hinged arms and stuff, So I created these violators that kind of have more human proportions. Just so I could try something different. I mean, they still have the weird arms and shit. I gave him the bendy arms, man. From the first. Remember the original Violator toy had bendy arms. I always wanted to make bendy arms canon, on some level, like actually put those in the comics. Yeah. So the violators. I drew a regular one before we got to all the funny ones, This way, if we ever do another one and we do actual violator, I'll draw the real violator. Hey, what's up, William? William, what's up? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. But I just wanted the book to be as different as I could possibly make it. Honestly, the violators I ended up drawing are way harder to draw than the actual violators. I made 3 of the most unfriendly characters to ever draw in a comic book, put it that way. Like, I intentionally over-designed them and then cursed myself for doing it. But I was like, I wanted to make them as 90s, like they would fit in the 90s. They're not rip-offs designs, but they're like, these aren't the characters you draw on a deadline. Like, don't do it. It is really irresponsible. It's one of those things Eric Larson would kind of go, what are you doing? I am pushing the boundaries. That is weird. know what time it is. Drawing buildings, folks. And it made drawing buildings fun. Look at all that. Look at all those little circles I'm making for you to not even notice it. You know? Because I'm stupid. Because I'm just like, it doesn't look like a building if I don't. I can never give this up. Like, I know, I've heard it my whole life. Rob, no one cared. Blah, blah. I know. But I can't, you know. You're looking at madness, folks. But yeah, I just grew up with that era where opening up a comic book, people threw down, you know. Now it's just like, oh, look how pretty I can draw, I guess. It's like how beautiful everything can look. I mean, there's some real pretty books out there, you know. But for me, it's like, I want the stylized universe, you know. I mean, I hide skulls in the damn building. It's ridiculous. The one of the problems I had with this layout was you see those like pipes with the little like cone head, you know, those cone pipes, those pipes sticking out like steam pipes. Sometimes I wanted them to kind of go zigzaggy, right? Kind of like, you know, not the way we did in Crash Bandicoot. What I didn't realize is sometimes, every now and then you kind of see, look, there's a skull I hid right there in the right there on the side of the wall. There's two skulls, you can see them. So, but every now and then you draw those pipes, when you go zigzaggy, they can look like swastikas. I was like, oh no. So it's like, I'm like, don't go too zigzaggy, Rob. Like, yeah, that's the t-shirt artist in me. Like, always be aware of the subliminal shit you may put in your work on accident. Like, you may accidentally draw something, and then the whole internet goes, they're hiding swastikas in spot. Like, no. Like, I was just trying to draw zigzaggy pipe. Ah, damn it. Like, you know. Yeah. Well, I accidentally did it to myself 20 years ago. I did this when Batman Begins came out. I was doing some like animated style Batman Begins art, right? For like the superhero hype forums. So I did this animated style. It's not Bruce Timm. It's not Jeff Matsuda's design. It's somewhere in between. This is 2004. It's 20 years ago. And I threw these ninja stars on there. And I just remember like in The Dark Knight Return, there was these like ninja stars that look like X's, but when I drew them, they look like swastikas. And I was thinking Frank Miller, Dark Knight Returns, you know? And yeah. I was like, God, fuck me, dude. You know, I didn't even realize this after I posted it. I was like, well, that wasn't my intent, guys. You know, like I was just trying to draw the Miller thing. Like, maybe Miller was doing that, and I didn't pick up on it. I wasn't, you know, when you're not a fucking Nazi, you don't notice shit like that. But like, believe me, in my 20 years, I have made certain to notice. All right, later, William. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Peace. Guessing Uncle Jerk isn't showing up tonight. Oh well. Here's what's weird. I'm not drawing these buildings like just freehand out of my imagination. I do have a layer on low opacity, but for some reason it's just not showing up on the video. So it's making me look like I'm some kind of genius artist that's just drawing these things. I don't know why that is. I mean, it's very faint. Could just be my monitor I'm looking at, but I'm not seeing it on the source video. So I wonder if there was some layer that screen capture wasn't capturing. But it definitely is making me look like some genius artist that just draws this stuff all in perspective perfectly. It's like, no, there's an underlayer. I drew it once and then I'm doing it the second time, you know? Which is madness as it stands, but oh well, I'll take it. Why I really need Photoshop to just save the file. I don't know why it wouldn't show all the layers. That was weird. There was a point where I turned it off and do like extra details. But like when I'm just drawing stuff, I'm like, how am I doing that? I'm not that good. I know me. Look at this. Why am I adding this? Why am I doing this? Why does this window need an outline? Why am I doing that? I don't know. Yeah. Madness. I'm adding windowsill outlines. This is ridiculous. That's how I get though. Right when I'm like the 12th hour into it, I just start doing things, you know? I start doing things and I put on like really fast music so I can just get them done. And I try not to ever think about it until after I'm looking on the video and I'm like, why would I do that? Intricacies make it pop. Yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't do it now. I just look at myself like, you're right, it does. That's why I did it, you know, but I'm just like, I don't have a good reason to justify it to publishers. You know what I mean? Other than I felt the image needed it. You know? And I just apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm this way. You know? To be fair, I never promised you a monthly bill. No. Yeah. I'm kind of stupid. I'm well aware. You know, I'm 46. I'm not changing my ways. You know, not with this stuff. It's like, you know. I guess most people these days, they just build it in 3D. But, you know, I don't like 3D. I like just drawing it. You know? I actually have fun with backgrounds. Backgrounds are fun. Figures are tough. Nothing easy about figure work for me. Backgrounds and coloring is fun. Drawing figures to completion. I got to do it. You know, it's the thing that, you know, gets you the most attention. But yeah. I'm just trying to imagine a light source. I guess the light's coming from the front in my head, so I'm just trying to do drop shadows and light sources and little extra lines that just add that energy, you know. Hey, look, I got a little corner done. Look at that. I didn't think I'd be saying this, but I look at the video, I'm like, yeah, kid. But you know, here's my rationale for all this, right? Like, the script called for Chibi to be running down the street away from these bad guys. And I felt after the first issue that short of a special circumstance, I should never see Spawn running. You know, like he should be leaping or flying through the air. Even though we have the dumb Chibi Spawn, he should be doing that. So I told my writer, and he said, oh, yeah. But, you know, when he's writing, he doesn't think about those things. He just writes. So when I got the script, it's like, yeah, he runs down the street. I'm like, I am not drawing that, you know? So I'm like, up to the air we go. Up in the air. You know, that's how we ended up with this shot. You know, and I don't tell anybody. I just do it. You know? I mean, I put it in the thumbnail. I do send thumbnails. You know, if no one's checking the thumbnails, that's not my problem. That's an editorial problem. But I do send thumbnails. In my defense. But I just wanted to do stylized buildings like I did on Crash Bandicoot. I did all the initial design work on the level offbeat on Crash 4. And so like that level looks like my art in 3D. It's so nice. But I only had to do like 1 or 2 pieces, very, very minimal. And then they're like, oh, we like that look. We'll hand it off to better artists than you. Bye. So they put me on dumb style. I was like, oh man. So I never really got to draw like all the stuff I wanted to draw. So here I was like, look, these windows are gravestones. See? Those are gravestone shapes. I made gravestone windows. Who's going to notice that, right? But that's just something I learned like on Crash, how to sell the theme and the story visually. And those things build up on top of one another, you know, as you start to layer them in. And they become motifs and they become design elements, you know. But they're really just subliminal, you know, like, yeah. Tombstone windows. Look, little skull. See those skull bits? Little skull teeth. You got to think about that, you know, like if you're going to do a designed world, it needs to, same with when you're doing like skins. If you're ever designing like a skin for a video game character or something, you got to sell the story and the clothing. It's not just, oh, they got an anchor because they're a sailor. There needs to be a story in there. It's not just drawing things. So, you know, I tend to write stuff down before I start. Like an ingredient list. I want skulls, tombstones. I want 45-degree angle things, or nothing's perfectly straight. You know, no perfectly straight anything. It's all spawns that kill the first fight. Well, he doesn't kill any spawns. It's kind of the goof. Now, where I was able to justify this time was on the first two issues, I was drawing everything with roughy brushes and then using the inking brushes to go over it as a cleanup pass. But on this issue, on issue 3, really it was on the cover to issue 2, which I did last, but on issue 3, I came up with a set of adjustment layers in Photoshop that I put underneath these. These are my, I call it roughy brushes. They're like semi-transparent, sketching brushes. They're not solid inks, but I turn on adjustment layers and they make everything solid. So, and then I just add inking textures on top. So I'm not doing, there's a little trick I figured out on this book. So I was able to take that time and put it back into the actual issues. So you'll see like detail picking up every issue because but I couldn't do this when I was on Crash 4. I didn't have a good way of drawing buildings digitally. I didn't do things by hand at that time. So I was doing a lot of roughy stuff by hand and then going into Photoshop and drawing over it. But after I got off Crash, I knew that was a problem. So the first thing I did when I was unemployed again is went over and worked a way to draw complex backgrounds digitally without 3D. I mean, I have a little bit of motion smoothing going on, but there's no like perspective thing where things are, those things where it locks on and you draws all the perspective for you. I don't like that shit. So none of that stuff, I just don't like the way it looks. I like line quality closer to Bill Waters than Katsuhiro Otomo, Yazumi Shiro. Shiro's building like the earlier stuff when it was all roughy. Also, I learned a little trick on this one too with buildings is when you're placing windows, place like, you can place every window like quickly, like make one row and duplicate down a couple and then make a new row, duplicate down. You can create a bunch of windows, but then go in and start deleting windows. Leave open space. Even though like a building wouldn't be built that way, like right there would be 4 windows. There wouldn't be 3. But if you draw the 4 windows, it becomes too much detail. So I just started deleting windows and just putting bricks over them. And then when they illuminate, like on this one, the colors, like Robert, the colorist, worked with me. But moving forward, like I was really careful to make sure that not every window is illuminated. Like this one, they're all pretty bright, but it's fine. But yeah, because sometimes when you see those like big, I call them like the DC Comics Metropolis shots, right? Where every window is rendered. You just like, something inhuman about this. And it's because it's inhuman. I mean, I get like in real life it would be, but I like urban sketching more than I like perfectly rendered architecture art, So. There really is supposed to be a faint layer on. I am super interested to know why that did not capture. There is no way. This is weird to watch. Man, people are going to think I did it on purpose. Like, man, you're hiding. No, I showed the underdrawing at the front of the video. I don't understand. Hold on one second. Let me go to the video really quick. I'll put it back, but I just want to see when it disappeared. Can we do that? I'll put it back. Let me just see where am I at? I'm at the okay. Oh, that's on a previous video. So I'm on this one at 10 minutes. Okay. So let me go back a video and I'll come back to this video in a second. So there's the front of the video, right? That's the underdrawing. And you can see it's there. See? It's really barely visible. You see that? There it is. Maybe that barely visible one was my grid. I do a grid one first, and then I do this over the grid. Okay. There. I'm turning the opacity down. Right? When does it disappear? That's what I want to know. Let me just jump ahead. It's not there. All right, let's give it a couple minutes. Opacity turned on. Yeah, that's not how it looks. It looks all like really hard to see, but it's not hard to see. That is some weird OBS capturing problem, because that is totally like lightly visible, folks. That's interesting to know. I'll have to look into that. I've never seen that happen before, but you know, it's been like that all week. All right, we'll go back. Let me set it back up to the 10-minute mark. Yeah. So it's clearly, there we go. So it's clearly just not rendering, or it's rendering weird. So I'll have to look into that. There may be nothing I can do. It may just be a issue with OBS and I don't know. It gives you two options when you're capturing. Use one, use the other, and one nothing shows up, and the other it shows up. So I do not know. You want to flex your foot? I do have for places I do, but this is nuts. I mean, this makes me look like Kim Jong-ji or whatever, you know? And I'm like, guys, I'm not this good. Like, hey, what's up, Mega Martin? Because I'm getting weird CPUs. Okay, let me see. We'll give it a second to calm down because I had opened Chrome up. What I do need to do is grab me some water. So give me a second. I'll let the video keep playing. Just give me a second. Set my timer. 15. I put a tiny window on the building. Someone's got to use it. Hey, what's up, Whoopi? Oh, you've been spoken with. Same. No, it's just, every responsible publisher, art director wants you to be able to produce as fast as possible, as much as possible. But I've come across something in my life over the last several years, and the way I kind of sum it up now is speed is what gave us AI art. We don't have a productivity problem. We have an artist getting paid for their efforts problem. Like, so I try to design a project to be the best you can, and man, I meet my deadlines. I just don't produce as much work as any one of my peers would, because of it. So it's like, I don't have a good reason for that other than this is the amount of effort this project needed this. That's not, you don't see me drawing every brick, you don't see me drawing like every little thing. It's just, if it's going to look like the rooftops of a stylized New York skull spooky city, it needs to have that. Boxes with grids are not going to cut it, and 3D backgrounds look like garbage to me. So I just default to self-deprecation. I'm like, well, it's not, it's not the responsible thing to do. I don't even know if it's translated into better sales. I doubt it. The comics industry is just, it's kind of based on like who you are, and generally serious comics sell the most. Goofy comics don't generally do as well as you think. Rendering them in blood. But just, I don't care for 3D modeling for comics, man. Like, you want to do 3D modeling? You need that for games and movies. I like drawing stuff, like drawing stuff. So imperfect lines, not drawing every windows, all that goes with it. And I got to deal with the fact that one only has so much talent, has only so much skill. I do look at it, I'm like, yeah. But I've always been this way, I only get mad when I'm not allowed to do what I know a project needs. Sometimes a project needs next to nothing. I have plenty of panels that have zero backgrounds, where it's applicable. But you give me a 2-page spread, I think it needs a 2-page spread. I remember there was this comic that was handed to me once at 8, and the opening page was a full-page spread, and it was like an ID card that was supposed to have all the characters' details in it. Like we're looking at an ID card, full-page spread. And I'm like, I'm not drawing that. I told him, I'm not drawing it. I'm not drawing a full-page spread of an ID card. So, like, it's a comic book, man. You want me to give you all their details? Give me a full-page. Let's do a full-page spread of the character posing in a way that tells you who they are, shows you who they are. Don't tell me who they are. I'm not doing it. So they had him rewrite it. Megamara says, publishers don't want talent and artistry, though. They want that perfect assembly line that can turn out art fast and cheap. Even if the skyline was made in 3D, it looks like it. Yeah, that's true. And some guys got really good, but I would say a lot of comics now are a product of the system and not creativity. They're a product of deadlines, and the efficiencies or best use practices, they would probably call it. You know, that's why a lot of books just look the same. You kind of can't tell who did what. You know, like I love that there's, you know, a bunch of different styles, but I feel like there's actually not that many different styles. I know people go, "Oh, comics don't, you know, they don't look the way they used to." No, they just don't look a lot of them don't look personal, you know? I mean, sometimes you want a style. Like if I'm drawing the Batman animated series book, and you know, it needs to have a Batman animated series style, but it doesn't have to be exactly on model, you know? You can still have to put your own little bit on it. I mean, Red J does really good. He does it Batman animated, but he does his own version of it, you know? But it's not just publishers. Artists have they've done it to themselves. And books like Imagine Effects and these things, you know. I watched it happen, you know, over the last 20 years. It was just like, it always starts off, well, how long did it take you to do it? I just tell them now, oh, man, I did that on my lunch. You know, it's no big deal. You know. Like, look at it. How long do you think that took? You know? It took a bit. I gave them the easy option, folks. So everyone knows. I showed them comic strip, like Calvin and Hobbes style layouts, you know? I put one of the test stuff I did, right, where I redrew a Calvin and Hobbes strip using the Spondylorian. I gave him an easy way to do, but Todd was like, "It's a comic book. I have a big anchor image." You know, he's like, "Oh, so you want the image comics? Okay, you know, can do." Careful what you wish for, you know. Oh, they know I'm messing with them, Mario, but it's like, come on, you know? How long do you think? Forget just drawing stuff, like just thinking stuff up, but it's like, you know. I think the only really complaint I ever got from Ty was he didn't like my cover layouts a lot. It was something about like I didn't put too much on the covers. They're not easily readable from across the room. I'm like, who buys comic books from across the room? I mean, most comic book shops have giant statues and books everywhere. No, you know, okay. Okay, I took the advice. I didn't argue. I'm like, all right, simple. But I mean, if I'm throwing a body parts, I don't know how to draw it simply and make it worth. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, all right, maybe just a pose for covers, I guess. Don't. So I know, like, if they want to do another one, I got to take time off, like a few weeks, because there's going to be some. If we do another one, there'll definitely be like, I probably won't get a script till like after Christmas, So if that's the case, then I will sit down and work on cover layouts. I'll probably do like 30 covers, just for myself. Unless it comes out within a month, most of the comics in the store I go to are in those alphabetical boxes. Most of the fancy. Yeah, it doesn't. So, I'm not gonna argue with Tyler Carlin. I'm like, you got it. So it's like, what I'm gonna do is just sit down and start laying out covers. I gotta think of covers more like the way I did T-shirts. I think, So I might come up with a complicated idea and then start to pare it down before I submit a thumbnail. Usually with T-shirts, you get a complicated piece of comic book art, then you have to pare down. Unless you just print a cover on a shirt, you usually have to pare it down and get clever with it. So, I have to develop a process that impresses Mr. McFarlane. If we do another, I have no idea. But I'm always thinking ahead, folks. Here's how we get to make hundreds of covers. I don't think so. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna do it either way. If they don't do another thing, I'll still spend a good month doing it because I need to drill it into myself. Like, I never want to get that note ever again, I mean, when I used to work in art department, it was the same thing. I'd get like art director notes, and then I'm like, okay, when I go home, I'll just practice that all night, every night, for the next couple months until that problem is solved, But this is like advice I give Brandon. I'm like, go do this like 100 times, and then each one, make sure it's really, really good. And you'll be like, oh, does Rob take that advice? I'm like, yes, I do. Wax. That's exactly it. Wax on, wax off. I'm like, I just Miyagi my way through life, We call it the long shortcut. Hey, what's up, Sunby? Today, my birthday was like last week. But it's my birthday month. But appreciate you for asking. No, okay, so I just want you to know there's an underdrawing, Sunby, but for some reason OBS didn't capture it. We went back and looked, and it just did some weird thing. So there's an underdrawing. I'm not just making the lines up perfectly. I don't know what caused that. I have no clue. I mean, it was a very complicated underdrawing, put it that way. Yeah, it definitely makes me look like I'm just Mark Kisslering this whole thing, right? Secret City stuff. Like, I told you, folks, it's going to be confusing. I know. I do not know, man. I'm looking at it's there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Look, I've been having all kinds of weird glitches, this project. So, I know, right? How's that possible? Well, this right here is proof it is possible. Yeah, no problem. I know Ashley's on, so you can go hang out with Ashley. This is what it'd be like if I did have that super Kim Jong-G power. You just walk up to like a wall and start doing this, right? Loopy says, Rob saw a stream you talking about doing helpful tutorials and perspective and stuff. Yeah. We'll get there. Just not during crazy deadline. We'll get there. Look, I can break perspective down pretty easily. Like, you know, for you to get your mind to see it's a whole nother trick. Right? But once you do, everything else opens up, you know. And you don't have to draw like millions of lines and stuff, like everything linking up and like that. That's just, you just don't. You know, you need a basic horizon line, some basic grids. And once you have an anchor piece, everything goes parallel to that anchor piece. You can just, you don't need millions of lines. Like it, yeah, it's and as you can see, it can get as complicated as you want. And this is not a complicated. This is a complicated drawing. But it's not really a complicated drawing. It's not. Like, like when you really look at someone who goes and draws like insane architecture, they put up, it's not that. It's a lot of simple things that are paralleling and repeating, you know, through variety, right? There's a variety of these things. And as it builds up, it becomes and looks more complex than it really is. So, you know, but it is not, I know what complex art takes. I've done that. I've done it the hard way. I know what that takes. This is not creating multiple viewpoints and intersecting and building from center and then lining things up and projecting down. There's no math involved. You know, very little math, put it that way. Art math. Yeah, I talked to Brandon a little bit yesterday, and he was like, he's that guy Phil Tomato, dude, super dope character, you know, there's a lot of like cheeky art, super fucking good artist, right? But like, he had some art course for like $140 and Brandon took it. And he was like, you know, man, you could totally put these together and you could, you know, because Brandon does video production now. He's like, you could do something like that. And I was trying to tell Brandon, like, I know you want to help me make money, but I don't want to do anything. Just focus on, you spent $140. Learn from Phil. All right? You're chasing money now. You know? I'm not putting together a video arcade academy series, or come to Sketchcraft, Saturday at school and learn how to do it. I'm not doing it. I got other shit I want to do. I don't mind having conversations and doing little 15, 30-minute things that can help people get better. I don't mind explaining that. But what he's talking about is something that's like, that could be a year of my life. I don't want to spend a year of my life doing that. I don't want to spend a year of my life making comics, So thank you, but no thank you. Go learn. You spent $140, Brandon. Go learn from him. I did a Kickstarter once called Digibooks. That was just PDFs, with hundreds of, dozens and dozens of work in progress shots, and I did audio commentary, and that did enough. I raised I think I did $5-7 grand, somewhere around there. It was all digital, so it was like, if I wanted to do something, I could do it, but yeah, no, it was great. It was great. It's the same reason why I've never had a Patreon. I don't need another thing to do every month. Join my Patreon, you get these exclusive lessons where no, you won't. I'll get too busy. I won't do it. I know me. It's like I was having a conversation about, with a friend about putting a lot of extra work into projects. Sometimes a lot of unpaid work. And, the consensus would say, make sure you're getting paid for everything you do. The problem is the second someone starts handing you money to do something, they want to say in it. So sometimes on a project, you got to do unpaid work so they can't bitch, or they got no say in it. Sometimes, I'm not saying this project, but I'm saying probably this project. Look, every project. How about that? Every project, there's always some level of unpaid stuff because I want it to go the extra distance. And in order to get to the extra distance, I need minimal amount of input. And the second you start saying, hey, could you pay me for this? Then, they're going to have input. So that... And that's not exclusive to comics. That's like every product I've ever worked on. You just gotta know when you're doing that because you want certain things, and when someone else is demanding you do it because they're taking advantage of you. I never get taken advantage of it. I've learned that difference. But sometimes you want certain things from a project, and there's just never going to be a budget for it. I'll give you an example on this one. I started doing color guides on issue 4. I was giving art color direction on every issue. Like I would make videos and kind of walk through the color story and what I was thinking, and Rob would totally hook it up, and then give me some. You show me the files, and I'd give notes. But halfway through issue 3, we get to this violator bill, and I had something very specific. At that point, I was like, I'll just do the guides. So I did one guide because there's a page on issue 3 where they go through like different lands on one page. There's like one of them's like Argentina, one of them's like a plant land, one of them is space, one of them is hell, and one of them is Gotham City. And so with that page, I just did it in color so he'd know what it would look like, because there's no way I could explain. And I see the whole book in color anyway when I'm drawing, so it's really not a big stretch. I can do about five or 6 pages a day, Well, not because it's 4 to 5 pages a day color guide, Pretty well detailed. If you'd squint, you'd think they were the actual thing. So it's like, now that there's never going to be a budget for that, folks, Like, you don't even ask. Like, you just do it. You do it because you're like, I want a specific look, and my colorist is cool enough to be like, hey, less work for him to figure it out. I mean, he's coloring the main book right now, so it's like, I'm like, I know how that works. Once you're on the main book, my book is getting he's not saying this, but I just know the reality. Once you're on the main book, my book is going to get, second billing, not shrift. You know what I mean? It's not as important. It'll just get done. And so I'm like, all right, so I need to take away all the things that get in the way of doing the work so we can get to the end result. Look, 2 skulls I hid that bill. But I love working with him, man. Super cool dude. He's in New York. Like, he lives in New York. Like, if he lived in the same state, I'd definitely hang out. He's a cool guy. Phil Tamano. Brandon he signed up for an online art course with Phil Tamano, and then Brandon was trying to like sell me on making my own art courses and stuff, and I was just like, why don't you just learn from Phil and stop signing me up for get rich quick schemes, like, I told Brandon how to get better at his figure work. But he just won't do it. He's like, well, I did some silhouettes and I studied and I did some gesturals. I'm like, no, you've never really, for a whole year, every day, that's all you're doing. Whenever you're not working, that's all you're doing. You're not literally, and you're not breaking down the shapes and moving them around, the whole thing. You're doing that every day. Every day for a whole year. I don't think Brandon's been doing it every day for a whole year. Ever. I gave him that advice in 2016. If he had done that, you imagine how much better he'd be by now? That's the problem with like artists like who don't want to do the work, you know. It's like if you just do it now, you'll get, you know, waste your young years figuring this out. Don't waste your older. You can still learn it when you're older. It's not. I don't believe you can't, but you're, you know. Yeah, that's all I did, guys. Like 2003, nothing but figure work. Nothing but figure work. Nothing. Go look up a video I have from like 2016. You know, it's called Rob's Old Art. And I kind of bring out all these old drawings, and you'll see a lot of those, you know. I saved, not everything, obviously. There was too much, but I saved a lot of it. And look, it was a start. It gave me a starting point. I didn't figure all my stuff out, but I had a really solid starting point. Yeah, Phil Tomato theirs. So Brandon took, you know, some course that he was doing, and then Brandon was trying to sign me up to do, you know, figure. I don't know. You know, I'm like, Brandon, Phil Tomato's already known for shit. Like, I'm not known for anything. So it's like, no, you know, I want to make comics. I'll work on what I want to do. Don't sign me up for. He means well. Brandon means well, but you know, it's like you took a course. Apply whatever you learned at the course. Don't worry about me. You know, I'm good. I don't need the Phil Tomato course. You know. Yeah, I'm just drawing lines, guys. It's just lines. It's just lines. It's a lot of parallel lines. I'll give you that, you know. But if Brandon could have spent 2016, 2017 just doing figure work, he could have spent 2018, 2019 just doing exterior backgrounds, interiors, exteriors and interiors. Can you imagine where he'd be right now? But he never did any of it. He kept doing fan art. Like just the other week, he tells me, yeah, man, I'm drawing these sketch cards. I'm like, why? He's not getting paid for them. Like, he's getting like $10 a card or something. It's like nothing. He's like, well, I just wanted to see what I could do. I'm like, and he freely admits it's his problem. So it's not like I'm having a conversation with you guys. I haven't had it with him a million times. But like, he keeps thinking like he's just one project away from figuring it all out. You know, and I'm like, you're not going to luck into this. You know, it's not how this works. It's a series of little things that build up. And you're not doing the right kind of little things. Because it's boring. You know, you can make all the excuses you want, but artists find it boring. It doesn't get you, you know, engagement, right? No one's like, yeah, man, look at those fucking boxes you drew. Yeah, you know. Like if I put little Batman ears on the and I put some Goku hair on that box, will it count then? Like, What if it was the smoothest, most geometrically perfect box ever put onto paper with human hands with Goku here? See, there you go. It's like when he wants to sample colors. Okay, sample colors to learn, right? Swatch colors to learn. But really, what you need to learn is how to sample colors from a color picker, and you need to understand color harmony and color theory, so you understand that color is not subjective. Color is relative. You know, something will feel warmer and cooler compared to what it's next to. So just sampling colors won't get you there alone, because what if you put your favorite color samples together, but it's all wrong, it doesn't fit because there's no proper color harmony. So at some point, you're going to have to learn, basic color theory. Like, color swatches matter more when you're doing like Pantones and stuff, right? Like if you need a specific mix, but like what you really need to learn is how to pick colors from the center of the color wheel, not from the edges, and then know when to use the edges to pop things in shadow or in highlight. Somebody says, are you using a different mic? I feel like your voice sounds less clear than before. No, I'm using the same mic, man. I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's yeah. Yes. I can turn up the volume. Is it just low? No, I'm using the same mic. I've had the same mic for 5 years. Same settings, nothing's changed. No difference. I don't have to say, guys. I can't mess with it. Maybe I'm just not right up in the mic, guys. You know, maybe that's it. See all this, and you read the page like in a second. Them's the breaks, right? Mega says a second, if you're a layman and lovers of art will be forced to make a double take and at least spend 2 seconds on it. At least 2 seconds. Got me there, Mario. Somebody says, I just imagine that after the one page you drew, then the rest of the book is just stick figures. I did pitch a stick spawn. He's in issue 1. We gave him a cameo. I designed a stick spawn in a Violator bad guy form and everything. I'm going to make a cover for it as an Easter egg in issue 5 as well. But I did put Stick Spawn in issue 1. He's at SpawnCon. I'm like, you really want to do an all ages book? We'll do Stick Spawn. Or it drastically dips in budget. No, I did not do that. No shortcuts. Even on the easy pages, I made sure plenty of acting was going on. Chibi acting and secondary acting with Buddy. Rip to the people who wait 2 years for that anime. No, we don't do that here. Or like Transformers the movie, the one from '86, where throughout the movie you could see the budget they ran out of money. Or says, hey, did you ever see the new Transformer? Yeah, I did. I didn't really care. Visually, I couldn't get behind it. I didn't care for the designs of the Transformers. I didn't care for all the realistic materials and all the bounce lighting going off everybody. It was hard to see faces, and I get what they were going for. I don't fault them for it, but for me, it's like I saw more interesting Cybertron-like designs in Horizon Zero Dawn, like bioluminescent mechanical environments, then it's like, it's just, I don't know. Yeah. And the story, it was fine. It's fine. Yeah, I was supposed to say if it was worth a watch. It never came back. Well, if I never come back after telling you, if something, I'm gonna tell you all it's worth the watch, and I never show back up. There you go. Like, it's fine. I don't want to sit through it ever again. It's just generic to me. It's generic. It's fine, but it's generic. If people love it, I understand why. If people don't, I understand why. Fine, but generic. I feel like I've been hearing that. Yeah. It's, when there are little, that Studio Trigger anniversary thing they did, like a bunch of different clips. There's bits in that I was like, I'd love to see a movie animated like that. But it doesn't move the needle for me, So, my theater was quiet the whole time. So it's not like... A cartoon I did not like was Cape Crusader. I turned that shit off. I'm like, this ain't for me. It doesn't look as good as the animated series. The opening credits have a cooler art style than the actual show. The voices are so close to the original animated series that I'm like, you may as well just kept the original. You're never topping those 90s designs, so just continue on with it, It's a real ugly color palette, that Cape Crusader. It's real ugly. One of the ugliest color palettes I've seen in a cartoon ever. Haven't seen The Wild Robot, not because I don't want to, but because I don't have it in me to cry right now. I got a lot of work in front. I'm too busy for a cry. So, I'll get around to watching that when I got, we got an election to get through first, man. Yeah, it's too emotional for me right now. I'm like, nah, I can't do it. I love Chris Sanders. I do wish the thing looked like his artwork. I'll tell you that much. I'm a huge fan of Chris Sanders' art. I bought his From Script to Stitch book at Comic-Con, I have signed plenty of I have all of his sketchbooks signed. I have the posters that he, if you got Chris Sanders on board, I really wish he'd just use his art style, Like it was just right. It's so flat and gray. I thought, well, it said the Batman is dark. Yeah, no, I can't stand the art direction on that cartoon. And anyone who defends it to me, we can't be friends now. I fundamentally disagree with the look of the whole thing. You know, I love the Batman animated series. I love New Adventures. I love Batman Begins, Return of Joker. That's it, guys. I don't care for Justice League. It's no story. It's all like just cameos and battles. You know, to me, the last great Batman animated story was Return of the Joker. The designs, the story, the acting, all of it. That's it. You know. I went to Comic-Con in 2001 looking forward to Justice League, and I walked out gloating and bragging about Samurai Jack, you know? So that's where I feel. Sub-Zero movie was lacking. No, yeah, well, it's more, you know. But, oh, yeah, that was no good, man. The direct-to-DVD one. Yeah, you know. But at least it still used the Mr. Freeze design, you know? But yeah, it wasn't their finest hour, you know? 1997, the best thing happening for DC animation was the Superman cartoon, you know? We at least got the world's finest. Two-parter was great, right? The Batman Superman team up. Justice League was more cameos and battles, wasn't it? Yeah, that's all it was. It was seriously like vapid. I was like, all right, man, you know, like I watched Samurai Jack, you know, and Invader Zim. That's what I watched. I mean, this may shock people. I'm not a big Justice League guy. I don't like to see Batman fighting aliens and shit, you know? I like Batman in Gotham City doing Gotham City shit. Like, the battleground for Batman to me is Gotham City. It's not up on the moon or fighting giant fucking starfish and shit like that. That's Superman territory. You know, I like Batman having psychological. It can be fantastical, but it needs to be psychological. Court of Owls, you know, stuff like that. You know, even the Mad Hatter. You know, I can deal with. That's a Batman thing. But Batman and with 7 other fucking dudes fighting something. It's like every episode we're doing this. You know, like I can't. You know. I mean, and I read the Morrison, you know, run back with Howard Porter, you know, back in 97. And there were some really interesting, fun concepts in there. But it's like, at the end of the day, I'm like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, you know? That's not for, Need more original. Need more Long Halloween in the Dark. Dude, Dark Knight Metal. Come on, man. That's like a one shot. That's something you do for an annual. You don't do fucking 36 fucking issues of that shit, you know? Like Dark Knight Metal would be a dope ass summer annual thing, you know? You get like a big 72, 96 page trade or whatever, you know? Okay, you know? Put fucking like 24 fucking issues of this shit, you know? I can't get behind it, you know? I mean, I love Greg's art, you know, but I just, I'm just not into it. It all just becomes noise to me after a while, you know? Somebody says he can now barely sit on the sketch drawings. They're in the width. They're not in a width. They're perfectly visible. That's what's weird. It's just not rendering the layer. Like, I assure you, I'm not drawing with it that fainted out. Like, it's so weird. It's just not capturing it. Like, it's odd, man. You know, it's making me look like some genius artist, but you know. Megan Morris says, feels like all anyone wanted to talk about for 3 years was the Batman Who Laughs. Like, I never wanted. Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care. You know what else I don't like? Look, man, I love Greg Capullo. All right, love Greg Capullo. I own 3 pages of Greg Capullo Spawn art with Angela on it. Okay, that was not cheap. But I don't like a Joker. I don't like Leatherface Joker. I never want to see Leatherface Joker ever again in my life. You know, I like Joker having a clean face. You know, I'll give a pass to Heath Ledger, but that's it. It ends there with me. I don't care for the Lee Guillermo thing. I don't care for that whatever that shit was. That ain't my thing. You know. Just like when it comes to Harley Quinn, I like the original design. That's it. You're not topping the original design. Pink ponytails and blue. I don't care. I don't care for that. You know. Make a new character that has pink and blue ponytails. Harley Quinn looked great in her original suit. I have no interest in anything else. I'll accept a random variation of it. like in Suicide Squad where she had like the red frilly dress or whatever. You know, I get it. You don't want to get into full makeup all the time. All right. But once she's got the makeup on, man, like, it's got to be the original outfit. I'm not interested in anything else. Mario says, what happened to the Clown Prince of Crime? Seems like now he's the edge lord of cringe. Supposed to believe that Leatherface Joker was the one who tried selling Joker. Yeah, no, I don't like it. I did like the visual of Joker's head in a box, like the Hatbox Ghost, you know? Like, that is a great visual. But like, that's like, again, that's like an annual. It's like a one-off story you tell, you know? You don't make that like longer than the Age of Apocalypse. I like him looking like a really upscale Western pallbearer or something. You know what I mean? Like with that death hat and the gloves. You know, he's very clean. I love the Matt Reeves Batman, but I hate that Joker. I'm just telling you right now, you know? Like, I'm like, he doesn't need to have mange and an acid face, you know? Matter of fact, in a world that wet and filthy, him being perfectly clean would be the odd man out. You know, that would be a more interesting, you know. Well, so I think people just fell in love with the scar smile on Joker's face. Now every Joker needs to have a fucked up face. I can't. Yeah. He should look like a cross between, Val Kilmer as Doc Holliday and the bad guy from Poltergeist 2, but young. Like the man who laughs. Just it's creepy enough. Yeah. No, Nicholson needed to be 10 years younger. What they needed to do was cast Willem Dafoe. Like they wanted Nicholson from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but the dude's 50 years old and fat. By 1988. So it's like I hear you, but they didn't need the scar thing. And Defoe could have just gave you that grin. That would have been the perfect thing to do with Matt Reeves' Batman if they had cast Defoe as the Joker and just made him older, like Hannibal Lecter's older, Yeah, you said never thought of Defoe in that role, but I mean, just bring that same psycho green energy. Yeah, the reason why I thought of him back at the time because I saw a movie called Streets of Fire, where he plays a bad guy, and that movie has a very similar aesthetic to Batman '89, like because he built the whole town in there, like a '50s style kind of like it. I looked it up to see if Anton First or any of the people were involved with that film, and they weren't. Like nobody was. It just has a very similar look, and he plays the bad guy, and it's like that was just a few years before. So to me, it was like he looked like the Joker. Go look at Streets of Fire, you'll see what I mean. Like, but John Peters wanted a big name, and it's like, yeah, you want a Jack Nicholson from like 1978, not 1988. Megan said, just saw a clip. I could totally see what you were talking about. Just need some makeup. Gonna have to check out. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. It's a rock musical thing. The opening song is probably the best one. The one Diane Lane does, who coincidentally, you know, was Martha Kent. I mean, Rick Moranis is in it, and the Mr. Body, the guy, the bad dude from Clue, he's in there. Who looks a lot like Bob from Batman. They had like the same kind of face, you know. I think they're brothers. They're not. They look eerily alike, those two. But there's just no way John Peters wasn't looking at that, you know, or the production design wasn't looking at that. I get Burton probably wasn't, you know, but that was Burton didn't have final say on everything in that film. He had final say on everything in Returns. I mean, I was a pretty savvy little kid, man. I was cool with Keaton being Batman because I had seen, you know, was it Clean Dream Team or Clean and Sober? One of those things, you know. But I'd seen him in dramatic stuff, you know. He was Clean and Sober. So, like, I thought he had a cool look, you know. For me, it was either him or Alec Baldwin because of Beetlejuice, right? I mean, they were both in Beetlejuice, so I was like, I could, you know, Alec Baldwin had that heroic look, but Michael Keaton had range, you know? And Alec Baldwin to just stand there and look, you know? My uncles hated all of it. They were like, Adam West needs to be Batman. They were my uncles, man. They were the original internet nerds, you know? If you look during the band when they're playing the opening song, the drummer is Max Weinberg from, you know, the E Street Band. He was on Conan O'Brien back in the day. Max Weinberg is playing the drums on that. And, you know, it's got Rick Moranis. Can't go wrong. You know? The lead is a bit of a dud in that film, just being honest. That film needed like a Judd Nelson or even Robert Downey Jr. at the time. It needed somebody with some personality. Where are we at? We at the 2 hour marker? 21 more minutes. Hey, what's up, Jonesy? Did you do 24-hour sessions or you escape that? I got one coming up. No. I'm in the thick of it now. I'm not doing one right now, but I got one coming up pretty soon. Hey, what's up, Psycho? It is. It's just, Psycho says, good to see you on. Hope the NDA work is going well. It is. It's just, I'm in a situation now where it's like, it's on now. No other way I can put it than that, Yeah, it's crunch time, man. You'd think I wouldn't stream during crunch time, but talking's helping me not get tired. Exhausted, sure, but if I'm sitting here by myself, I might feel like, I'll just take a nap, and then 7 hours later, it's like no time for that right now, man. So. I do need to take a stretch break here. My alarm just went off. Or my feet will get super inflated. Good, checked. Yeah, but man, I'm not even stressed. Like, I have everything's planned out, everything's thumbnailed out, everything's figured out. It's just execution, And it's not moving fast, it's just being consistent. Man, look at that background. Hey, see how I built the skull into the shape of that building? There's another skull right there. And to the side, that building comes down and then forms a skull right there. There's another skull on the side there on the left. Watching myself draw the comic while I draw the comic is pretty impressive. How many people do that in comics, huh? How many people do that? They watch themselves draw the comic while they're drawing the comic. And they certainly don't stream it. They don't stream themselves drawing the comic while they're drawing the comic. Like, a different time they drew the comic. Normally people stream when they're drawing the comic, not when they drew the comic a couple months ago. The minute detail, but notice how you don't have the windows fall up perspective. No, they do fall up perspective. They're running parallel, but I'm not lining everything up to a perfect grid because I don't agree with it. So they're in perspective. They're just not all lined up perfectly because I don't want any perfect lines in the book. But all the perspective is accurate, Zombie. I also don't draw every window, so like I'll place windows and then delete windows and just put bricks there because it looks better with less windows. Even though accurately there'd be windows evenly across every floor, if you draw every window across every floor, then it just becomes a gook of nonsense. So I intentionally delete windows. Now see right there, see those pipes? If I continue one more weird pipe, it'll form a swastika. That's what I was trying to avoid right there. I didn't realize when I was drawing the pipes all weird, I was like, I gotta be careful I don't inadvertently draw anti-Semitic images here. It was not my intention. You wanna know what I thought about Deadpool Wolverine? The short answer is, man, I loved it. Let me go take a break and stretch my legs and stuff, right? So give me like 5-10 minutes or so. Because I gotta get the blood, I gotta go do squats and get the blood flowing in my legs. So just give me a few minutes here. Good night, Mario. Set my timer. I don't know if you enjoyed. Look, it's a big fun movie, man. I like it more than Deadpool 2. I like the story overall in Deadpool 1 the most, but I like the movie a lot. It's fun. You know, it's meant to be a bit of a meta film, and it works. Everyone trying to go, well, is this going to be the real game? All these people, they're way overthinking it. Psycho says, can't say been into many comics of late. However, really should have some Batman, Super Batman. Yeah, well, I'm always drawing an oversized Batman. So, the whole Miller thing. So it'll probably be like the comic of the year. The only comic I get every issue comes out of Savage Dragon. So. All right. Let's get this. And apparently I buy my own comic too, because I like to buy my comic when it comes out. So you're buying your own comic. I'm like, yeah. I've always wanted to buy my own Spawn comic, so someone's got to buy it. Skulls. Skull windows. There's 3 more. Let me go. But the whole Poor Batman concept came from a Frank Miller script he was doing with Darren Aronofsky when Bruce Wayne was poor. That was when Joaquin Phoenix was going to play him. And he lived with a mechanic named Al. That was a really weird script, man. Like, he didn't have any teeth. All of his teeth had gotten knocked out from fights, you know? So he wore like fake fangs and stuff, kind of like in Batman Year 100. Yeah. If you want to really know all about it, dude, go to Superhero Stuff You Should Know, and they did a breakdown of that. They got a lot of good stuff on there, but they did a really accurate breakdown of the script, you know. cool part about doing buildings, man, with no rulers and stuff is, it just, architecture gets worn down. You may not see it right away, but when everything's perfectly lined up, it just doesn't add any character. I highly recommend you check out films like Triplets of Belleville or The Illusionist. That's the kind of architecture I like.
looks like shit.
But yeah, you know, when it comes to like Deadpool Wolverine, I'm not going to be like leaving the movie on when I work. It's not that kind of movie. It's like when I want to watch a fun movie with my wife, I'll put it on. You know? It's not. I don't really put on any Marvel movies like when I work, to be honest with you. Like I enjoy watching them, but it's not really like something I like. I vibe to many of them in that way, you know, like good, fun, disposable entertainment. Skull shape. Yeah, it's kind of like going from Jaws 1 to Jaws 4. Straight from Batman to Batman and Robin. Yeah. Not that, no, Batman and Robin's a worse movie, you know, but in terms of like disappointment, in terms of saying, hey, you know, they won a freaking Oscar with the Joker, you know what I mean? Like, so, look, I have a motto, man, and it's very simple. Have fun, but don't make fun, you know? And that movie kind of makes fun of itself, you know, and its audience. And it's like, well, you do that at your own peril. You know, you better be some kind of genius to pull that one off. And I gotta be honest, man, I never liked The Hangover. I mean, for years I was pissed at The Hangover because it ruined The Office, you know? So it's like, I'm not a Todd Phillips fan. I didn't like the first Joker. You know, I thought it was a pretty film, but I was like, hey man, like, this movie doesn't, it's, at the end of the day, it's still a Batman origin film. Like, that we see the pearls drop, the whole bit. I'm like, it would have been interesting to me in that first film if he had killed Bruce Wayne. And so now it's a world without Batman, you know? But it's like, now, I've seen bleaker, more in-depth films. Requiem for a Dream is a more, you know, psychological film than fucking The Joker. You know? I mean, Joaquin Phoenix is a good actor. I would have been happy to have him in the Matt Reeves film. You know, I mean, not that character, but just him as an actor, a better director. You know. But, I think he could have pulled off the Hannibal Lecter bit in the Batman, you know? That Bruce Wayne element was protect on you. Only seen it since, yeah, it wasn't great, man. I saw it with Brandon. I was in town at that time in Phoenix for something. And so we went and saw it, and I was like, yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. You know. He's like, well, I love it. I'm like, then love it. I'm not telling you not to love it. It's not, you know. And they clearly had nowhere else to go, you know. You told her what Zack Snyder's feeling about the end of I don't know. He's got his own issues. He can't even make a Rebel Moon. I don't know. It's funny to me how much leeway they gave to him. He made $1 billion, man. That's how studios roll. You know. You want to know how Tony Gilroy had little to no interference on Andor? Because he made him $1 billion at the box office. That's how Hollywood works, you know. They don't care about 700 million. They don't care about 800 million. They don't care about 999 million. They care about 1 billion. You make the Billy, you get to do at least whatever you want for one other film. You know, Christopher McQuarrie's talked about this. He's like, they don't care if we make 700 million. They don't care if we make 800 million. If you don't make $1 billion, they don't care. That's how the business works. I mean, J.J. Abrams got the same leeway with Rise of Skywalker because of The Force Awakens. Yeah, made all that money. He didn't have test screenings. He got Final Cut. And that's why that movie is the way it is. Like that's how the business works. I mean, I don't know what test screenings we're gonna do to help that movie. They clearly made the movie they wanted to make. It's not like he was gonna go back and rewrite anything. You know, he obviously didn't care what the audiences thought. They were doing what they wanted to do. So. Hey, look, skulls. annoying. Sometimes when you're in rotate mode, Photoshop wants to do this thing where like when you move the mouse, it like picks things up and moves things. It's weird. Jonesy, when you work for a company that produces comics, do you get top equipment like the best pencils and ink, or you can supplement everything you supplement on your Frankly, it was that way at T-shirt company. I mean, they had a computer for me to use, but I had to buy my own Cintiq if I wanted to use one at work. I had to own 2 Cintiqs, one at home and one at work. It was a point of contention because I bought a second Cintiq for this T-shirt company, a company that I'd worked for before and made them a lot of money. And then after a year or so, that Cintiq just broke because it was used. And still cost me $1,800. And I was like, hey, I've been here for like a year and a half. I got like top shirts. Could you guys just buy another Cintiq so I don't have to foot the bill for this? Like I don't really have an extra $1,800 lying around. And they were like, no, man, it's not necessary. You don't need it. And I'm like, I do all my work with the guys, like I do need it. They just wouldn't do it. So I didn't want to go to Comic-Con to like raise money for this. So I did a Kickstarter to raise $500 to go to Comic-Con. It was a Arizona Con. And that Kickstarter for $500 did 10 grand overnight, headed towards 20. It was some Avengers prints. This is like 2012, dude. And that shit got me in all kinds of trouble. Lost my job. It was a whole fucking thing. Marvel got all involved and they were all pissed. So I just assume I'm always paying for my own stuff now. And I don't ask for nothing. Yeah. But in comics, 100%, you cover the cost of all your stuff. It's not an easy job, man. It's a lot of work for nothing. I made a lot more money doing a lot less. Johnny said, this should be legislated. Everyone who's employed should be given the equipment by them. Hey, man, tell me about it, dude. I'm as progressive as it gets. Unions would help, but, it's not the country we live in, man. Some fucking times, man. You just like. Sometimes these shapes don't want to play ball. I mean, teachers buy the supplies for their own students, so, you know what I mean? Who am I to complain? That's wrong too, right? But this country is deeply unjust, you know, in many ways. Let's see if this stupid cape get me out. Okay, I need that. That is coming. Select. What time is it? 3 o'clock yet? No, 2:20. What's up, Rob? Hey, what's up, Nick? Hey, man. Well, that's up to Jason. Some people says, no, if you like podcasters, when do you listen? Which one? Which podcast, bud? Which podcast? Which podcast? The acolyte killed Jason's enthusiasm for Star Wars. He just gave up halfway through. Sometimes I go on Santa's show on Fridays when he's on. If he's on, sometimes I'll hop on there. Giga Boots. Every Thursday they have a show called Big Think Dimension. Huh. I'll take a listen. Giga Boots. There's some great personalities at the same time. Huh. I'll check it out, man. We'll see. I've yet to find a video game podcast I can really listen to. There used to be one, like Shane R. Monroe, was always dope, but he's older. You're not going to like anything that guy talks about. There used to be one on the radio come out of Phoenix back in like 20 years ago. And they were entertaining. They actually were on the radio. There's one 20 years ago that was great called Gaming Steve. Gaming Steve was one of the first. He was a real insider. He owned a software studio. So he had all the insights on sport before it came out. But like, we all know how that turned out. One second. Let me add it to my podcast thing really quick. I'm going to point here. Oh, guys. I am drawing so fast. Oh, no time to think. Just draw. Let's see. Okay, good boots. You know who I do listen to is Liam Robertson. I subscribe to his podcast. I've been on his show a few times. Good dude. He's the one that has all those Toys for Bob leaks, and we never talk about that because I want nothing to do with it. I was friends with him for a while. I don't know how he got all that crash info. There was stuff in there that I didn't even know about. I was like, look at that. All right. I've added it to... I'll give that a listen to. Hey, there's the city. See, I get in a rhythm, and when Photoshop is rotated, sometimes it wants to not draw. It wants to get the brush stuck. So you have to like reset the canvas and then go back. It's annoying. Definitely throws you out of your groove. And later, the longer I go, the more it just wants to act up sometimes. So you're like trying to like race through, and then you're like, nope, it sticks, reset. Oh, look, it's stuck again, reset. See? Erased windows. Lindsay says combo gradient is so unnecessary. Who can tell the difference between very fine and near mint as long as all the pages don't have goddamn most readable, right? Yeah, well, this industry wants, it kind of thrives on collecting, and so they had to find a way to, make things worth something. That's basically it. Used to be Wizard Magazine and Price Guides, now it's CGC. I don't deal with it. Oh, you little bastard. Sometimes it wants to zoom in and do its own fucking thing. I want to be like that. Is it? threesome. Am I at my 2-hour mark? I only got like a knee to draw here. What's my time? Am I making my time? 8 minutes. Where's the... right. That marks my 14-hour shift. So I'm going to put a pin in it here, and I'll be back in here probably streaming around noon tomorrow or later today. And let me do the math. Yeah. So noon to 6, and then 8 to 3. We're going to stream 14 hours today. Well, if you count this, more than that. But because right now, listening to things and watching things when I work is just slowing me down. So. Good shit. Wonderful dessert. Hey, thanks, Josie. And Josie, I saw your post earlier today, but I figure you just see me when I come on. So I've been fine. I've just been doing this, man. You know, now I'm at a point where I can't, like, I don't have time to think. So if I got the stream on, then I won't think, you know? So, and the hardest stuff is kind of behind me at this point. There's still some tedious stuff to do, but the hardest stuff is behind me, so I don't need the mental space. What I need is I need to move. I need to move. We're moving. Move, but we can't cut corners. We just gotta move faster without cutting corners. But we'll be done. I'll be done with this page today, and then that takes me, and I gotta do color guides. Yeah, I'll do color guides next. Yeah, do color guides in that. Okay. Because like I'm doing color guides as my colorist is coloring, so like. It's like the making of the Abyss where they start pouring the water in and they're building as, you know, I'm building as the water is rising. You know, this is exactly what I didn't want to do. I promised myself I would not be in this position. But events beyond my control have put me in this position. But I am managing. The experience is coming through, guys. It's coming through. All right, everybody. I'll be back on later today. Peace.